Welcome in, YouTube, to part 1 of Morrighan Initari's adventures through Endwalker. That's right, we did it! We made it all the way through Shadowbringers before the end of December. So now, we're just gonna see how far we can get into Endwalker. Starting next week on stream, we will begin a original Final Fantasy VII playthrough. So the OG game, not the remake. Yeah, not the remake. But the remake will be getting part 2 here in February. But Bridget saved up all of her channel points to spend on the OG Final Fantasy VII playthrough. So that's what we will be doing. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe down below. YouTube, let me know how you are enjoying these videos and what you're thinking of them. And that you can catch me on Twitch at twitch.tv/CalebGames here, where I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, starting between 9 and 10 a.m. Pacific time. Sorry, I keep looking down because I'm standing right now and I'm trying to get my footstool so that I can at least have like one foot up on it resting. All of that being said, let's hop on over to the gameplay, and I'll see you in a second, YouTube, which is like really right now. We gotta go pick up the first quest, which is talking to Alphino in the Rising Stones, so we can officially say we have begun Endwalker. Morrighan, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Okay. What would that situation be, and is it voice acted or no? Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that the said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvold and Fordola, we need to be very careful about how we proceed. Yet while those threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession. But that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. I'm going to lower my camera just ever so slightly. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with narier words spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. Master Fortunaut's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lomensa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Oh, look at his little ear wiggles. He was so happy. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Alright, Kryl. Alright, Tataru. You don't have to make us feel bad. But we would appreciate it nonetheless. Alright. Let us head to Limsa Lomensa. We probably could have used the Aetheryte, but nah. I'm gonna have to close the blinds, I think, and turn on my little lamp. I don't necessarily want to do that, but... Oh, come on. There we go. I think that's way too bright now. Oh, that is way too bright. Let's just turn that light off, actually. We'll go like this. The problem is I don't want like my face to be so washed out. Gotta love trying to solve these difficulties. Oh, that's worse. Alright, I guess that'll do. That'll have to do for now. I don't have a choice. Alright. Continuing with the story. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I feel like this one's gonna be voice acted, right?
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Or so you're told. Let's get them.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny.
What is?
Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Listen, you don't have to bring that up.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Well, you're a member of the Scions now. I feel like I should treat you as a colleague, not as a friend.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Yep.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company,
Valid.
or I'll be forced to respond in kind.
Little Lord Alfino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Painfully so.
Better. Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Fair. I'll bring them back safe and sound, no sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. There we go, we'll go with that one.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
I'm sorry, I tried.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
Well, that's fair. And awfully nice of you.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
I will do my best, Tataru. But I make no promises.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment. every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Okay. Glad that Emmett Selk is back. If only as a narrator. Like, that's pretty fucking cool. Yeah, it's a good voice. It's a very good voice for our conscience.
Here.
Oh, wait.
Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Look at the twins, they're adorable.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Are we showing up at night or during the day, I wonder? It all depends on server side. Looks like nighttime? Crystal Mommy! I saw you yesterday by Silvertear Lake.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think.
I don't know why we have question marks. We know this is Heidelin.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can trust your words no longer, now that I know you're a primal.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that.
I'm glad you know that, and I'm glad you
have
agree.
gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal.
Your neck also seems like unnaturally long.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
Yeah. The piano version of Answers, like that's playing in the background right now, sounds so good.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh no.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What
Cast
promise?
your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
That's funny.
We shall
Because
meet again, and soon.
well, there's a lot of shit she just revealed that if you have played through before, you understand. Like, we already know we're a shard of a Zim, and a Zim was the traveler. So, like, that's kind of funny, you know, that she's like, your traveler's heart must yearn. But also the promise of a bygone era, or whatever she said. That'll make sense later.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Just getting ready to.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
He's so happy.
I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Well. Music's amazing. But Final Fantasy always has good music. Like, that is one of the reasons I love this series so much.
Sharlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
He sounds so handsome.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan's soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The Northern Empty. Old Charlotte. Not new Charlian. Old Charlotte.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Probably.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Valid.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlian's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Okay, so then why are we here?
Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That makes sense. They literally told us that before we left, but I had forgotten. It was a long trip on the sea.
It might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
And I did talk to Crystal Mommy, so my mind was a little preoccupied.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
That finger pop hurt so bad. Oh.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
Okay, so that...
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service.
I always forget that isn't a mark.
I was assigned
Scion.
to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Oh, she looks angry. She is judging us harshly.
I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Not angry, she's just very
And it
business.
seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Rianje something something. Thancred Waters. She can just do it magically? What?
See how it glows. That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Okay, what does that mean?
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alvino and Alize, not of the Levieurs, because we had our name
Alphino
revoked.
Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yes.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Maybe I misread her.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Your occupation, please? I'm the warrior of God's damn light.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer by trade, artisan, champion of Eorzea. No, I'm an adventurer by trade. I kind of want to do champion of Eorzea, but she doesn't really like that title of herself.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
I am Estinian Wormblood, and I am the Azure Dragoon. Yep.
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
His last name isn't Wormblood? What?
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Hold up.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Okay, so apparently his real last name is Varlino, and Wormblood was more of a title, I guess?
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Appreciated, Kyle.
As your
Kryle?
mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
That's funny. That is funny. All right. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Morrighan and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levio estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The Annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. What about you, Uriange? I too have places that I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. Okay. But I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Morrighan, Sharlayan awaits. Do do do, ba da 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 do, ba da 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 da. I love music in this area. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Raha Tia is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Yeah. This is the new way they did, like, fetch quest stuff. All set? Then let us be on our way. But first, our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Yep, and then this basically goes over how these new quests work, which is pretty cool. Like, we'll go over here first. This is not where we're supposed to go, but now we can have a quick conversation with them, discuss the storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendant busy. Welcome in, Sogo! Thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Let's attune to this Ethernet shard. The two will just have to wait a moment. We'll go to here. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Tholiac. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Nope, not my emerald weapon. Ryle. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Tholiac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Tholiac was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. To the last stand. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, well, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall that burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. Okay, I guess we can take these stairs over here. Let me attune real quick. Then we'll stand in this and talk to Graha, or Kryl, whichever one it is. Does Graha have anything to say? No. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. We have a thing right here. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out all the necessary paperwork. Honestly, same. I get you there. If there was like a quick fill button, like a quick submit, absolutely. Do you mind if we browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely sharp. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, and climb up the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Alright. I'm not going to head down to the Aetheryte Plaza, though. I'm just going to jump over this ledge. Yeah. Oh, hey, we can sprint again. Our sprint is up. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simplistic and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Okay. And our sprint is almost back up. We'll sprint to the top of the stairs. God, that is a beautiful view, though. Look at it. I almost feel like you can see the curve of the earth. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected officials would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors will object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. You mean to Alfino and Alize's mom's house? Because let's be honest here, Fortunal doesn't visit. You have something to say as we run past? Anything at all? Nope? Okay. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as a residential district for the most important officials in the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levieux. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct! After you, Morrighan. Sure, but first, Let me attune to the Ethernet shop. Yeah. We got 6 more seconds of sprint. Let's go! Oh, hey, there's another Aetheryte down here, so it's probably a good thing we're going this way then. Because then all we have left to attune to is the Baldessian Annex and the Studium Aetherites. Prosperlane? You seem important because you have a name above your head. Let me talk to you. Information's everything. That's why I'm here chatting with anyone I can find. What? Did you think I was slacking? No. Oh, I think I remember why there's a talking point here. Whoa! Hold on. My stream just froze for a second. I think it's back. That was odd. Right. We cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I have attended the exclusive schools they run in those residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about it. Oh, I thought there was a talking thing there because that was the Moonbreeda's parents' house. But I'm thinking I might have been wrong. Anyway, this way. And they said be careful not to go to the Aetheryte Plaza, so we just follow it around. And then we go back up here. Bum, ba-ba-dum, bum, bum. Kryl? As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Oh, but I didn't attune to the Aetheryte! Damn! I knew I should have done it first. What was I thinking? I did it first at every other spot. I'm back, and I've brought Morrighan and Raha with me. Oh, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Morrighan. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika? It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Kryl and Raha's reports, so for me this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we had often had occasion to visit Sharlayan. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodging for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. I'm sure of it. But first we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Same difference. Through that door on the left is the main hall where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourselves at home. Oh, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks, and thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Okay, well, before we go into the main hall, let's step out here real quick and just attune. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. I believe this one is voice acted.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
Sure you were, buddy.
It's fine, Morrighan. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy.
Valid.
The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Damn.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian.
Oh?
Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Okay.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
Ooh.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Oh, so me!
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Well, that's why we do both.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Gryle. I'm used to it. I will do it.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Hell yeah, you will.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
Okay.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Oh. Okay, so, with that quest done, we're gonna take a short break real quick. We're gonna pick up both of these, but we're gonna do the, what's it called? We're gonna do the Labyrinthos, or the Sharlayan line first, and then the Thavnair. So we'll pick up the Sharlayan one first. Also got me some food, so I'll be eating. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan. But together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenor, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. first, let's talk to Thangrid. Oh, we actually get to go into a cutscene for this. I have Cryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Cryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority on etherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. I'm gonna turn the fan off now, because now it's too cold in here. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so. I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Alright. Let's exit. And have a piece of Dino Nugget. Okay, we gotta go up this a little bit. We'll have to remember to use our Ethernet or our Ether Compass a lot, because now I think there's like 15 ether currents per area. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alfino will help me to continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of these subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy hunting! Or something like that. One second. There we go. Okay. Brightly colored books. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Yes, we'll read the book. Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Nunkrep. Nunkrep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the Imperial realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkrep's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkrep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkrep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. And they journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement grew and prospered, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Roads of old, the colony? Sure. Many years ago, on the banks of the Tholiac in the Dravonian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and the demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain any information on the Forum or cover the... Well, you listen here. I thought it was a good read. Leatherbound Tome. The Voice of a Growing City. Yes, we'll read the book. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the Forum as we know it today conceived and created. That seems important. Blue-covered book. An introduction to the heavens. We're gonna read it, whether it's important or not. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space. Yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was, hold on. There we go. It was the technologists of Aleg who came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was when they launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? It's the wrong subject. I know. I still wanted to read it. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 summers, yes. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19, or 23, or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, etherological, and arcane viewpoint. I wanted to read it anyway, whether it was the wrong subject or not. Damn it, we're getting the full Endwalker experience. Stewards of Wisdom. This seems promising. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Munekrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other nation, a nation born from strength of mind rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that, no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Here we go. I have found my 3 books that I am going to read, or bring to the others to read, because Lord knows Morrighan isn't reading them. How long do we have to wait? And please let this be voice acted. Damn. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alfino and Kryl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I can see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare, and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alfino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not to be allowed to across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabad, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavner. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Makot to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. And when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Alligan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlean renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Alligan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Alligan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allig. As the last child born with the Alligan eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Aldessian, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Sois, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity? We outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Morrighan. More company should be arriving any moment. We have to wait again. Okay. Come on. There we go. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Absolutely, Kryle, ask away. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Well, what are our options again? A complete destabilization of creation magics, that was there. Primals of unrivaled power were summoned from the ether. We're gonna go a complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their power of creations to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? The entire star was engulfed all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Yeah. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amoratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set all right. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venar and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Talafaroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola. but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. And once again, we wait. And we eat a chicken nugget. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should pre-force be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortunal with knowledge of the Telophoroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestions that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh, I was, though. I was indeed. It's time for me to go to Thavner. You labor for what feels like an age as Ystrola's research assistant. I was like, where's Cryo? Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? I was, here you are. Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Okay. Ready for a tea break, Morrighan? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Okay, well, you know what we're gonna do then? We're gonna run over here. We're gonna attune to this etherite. Which should be the last one. Scholar's Harbor. Let me take this last bite of food real quick. And then set my plate over here real quick. Alright. Sorry about all that. But now I've eaten lunch and we're good. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and engage the mood of the city? Oh, wait, I accidentally moved that down. Let me... There we go. I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alize is now by my side. Wait, what is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Talafaroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? This woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims. And here you are, giving truth to the rumor. Damn it. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Morrighan. Hildois. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Talafaroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Dick on! Welcome, madam. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Daikon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's, complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortunal may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Deacon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this, apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? I am. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I will be an excellent server. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. I need a back scratcher. Okay. Place the correct dish on the first customer's table. I will serve them the tea set. Oh, my tea set! Lovely! Thank you! The Talafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Well, fair enough. Gisela the regular had the omelet. Oh, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Talaferoi? Oh yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will those old fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? They won't. Just like my back won't stop itching. Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. What will you serve? Urbane banter with a smile. No, the oven-baked lobster. For Smitutia. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlotte. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If those Talaferoi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Okay. I ran right past her. That's what I get for trying to multitask. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Daikon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. Huh. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. To this way. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy. To keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
I doubt that. And those must be gleaners, taking their crates wherever they be going.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Really? Maybe that's where we need to go then.
Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Then we must get into Labyrinthos. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenor and I'll join you in a moment. Master Daikon will want his cup back. Right, so we need to go here then. Leves of Old Sharlayan. We can't do those because I don't have a level 80 Gatherer or Crafter. Also, yes, we are sitting down again because standing has tired me out. Sorry, didn't mean to shove my thumb in front of the camera, but I had to readjust it now. Kryl! Kryl, we have ideas and news! Kryl! Welcome back, Morrighan. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. They've been more active than normal, and they've been taking stuff to Labyrinthos in large quantities. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats. But as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo. It certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Morrighan and Alice learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We must visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty tome. I understand not everyone is the studious type. Consider this a welcome change of pace, then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay. I'm excited. I'm ready. Let's go to Labyrinthos. Speak with Alize and follow her lead. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow Alize and try not to follow behind. Off we go, then. That's a brisk walk? I walk faster than she does. It's pleasant here amongst the trees. But we really should move along. Over this way! Now we run. Try to keep up. Why does your run cycle look so weird? Keep to the path straight ahead. Like, it looks like a sped up run cycle. We cross this bridge. Up here. I mean, does that not look like a weird run cycle, or am I just weird? The rostra, not far now. Shit. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I wasn't paying attention and just completely skipped over the first thing she said. So I apologize for that. Ooh! Random chocobo keep? You kept what's-his-bucket that was stalking Nashu out of here. I appreciate it. Alright. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right. Everyone onto the lift and down we go. Are we gonna get to hear his beautiful voice? Sir Emmett Selk?
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Yeah.
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos, the northern empty. What about the southern empty, huh? Boop, 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 boop.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
It is.
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Yeah?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
Kryl, what's wrong? Why the headache, Kryl?
Did you call to me just now?
No?
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
Kryl?
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Kryl. I don't like that you're not telling us something, Kryl. Oh, fuck. Let's, not forget this. 375 yalms to the east. Okay. Arenville! You're here to help or give me more headaches. You here to help or give me more headaches, sorry. Because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed. Damn it. Let me think. The race seeds here should be item 1058. Human seeds 1059. Snurble-berry 1060. Or were they 1061? No, it feels like my head's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Coerthan carrots for the Girabonian carrots? What then? Okay. Large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos is what we've gleaned, and that the gleaners are exhausted. You want to know what I'm doing? I'm hauling books, and ore, and fauna. It needs hauling? I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never been in operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they changing the layout? Preparing for the next big expansion? Taking stock in Labyrinthos. Alright, Kryl. What do we got? Any luck, Morrighan? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Well, taking stock, large shipments, and exhausted gleaners. Lots of stuff, Kryl. Lots of stuff! So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Morrighan, I have an idea. What would that idea be? Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Alright, Aaronville. Let me help you, friend, because you are going to play an important part in the next expansion. I'm sitting here waiting for it to fade to black, and apparently I'm tired. You wish to help me find the marmots. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services. But if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Aaronville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, something, something, something. I'll search to the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. $332 yalms to the east still, huh? Hey, there's a troll. And we leveled up! Let's go! And we learned Heart of Corundum, which is pretty big, actually. That is a important skill for gunbreakers. It's the it's not the increased, it's the upgraded version of Heart of Stone? Oh. Hold on, let's bring out Chocobo. So Vexalia here can gain some XP. More enemies have joined the fray. What do you mean more enemies have joined the fray? Chirp squeak! Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh. 199 yalms to the east still. Now it's to the northeast. But I'm more looking for our little friend. There it is. Ooh, we got a troll this time, huh? Squeak! Am I too far away? Oh, maybe I was. Damn it! The rodent nimbly evades your grasp once more before disappearing into the trees. That was not exactly how those words were, but it got the point across. Real quick. 70 yalms to the north. So it's got to be like on the other side of this. Can I go in here? Oh. Nope, I found it. I was like, I'm at the wall. No, there's another spot to go. Yep. Ignore us a little bit longer, troll. There's the mammoth. We'll go grab that, or the marmot. We'll grab the marmot in a second. Just ignore me, troll. Oh, thank you for being so nice and turning your back while we did this. I'm just gonna run around your back. Don't worry about me. So, you know, if I don't have to fight you, I'd rather not. Chirp! Alright, I have you cornered now. Squeak, squeak! More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. And take it back. Deliver the squirming rat sack to Oren. Where's our next one? 452 yalms to the south. I don't think we'll be getting to that. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Oh, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Now, what will you do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Morrighan. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the Students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Kind of. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits well with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoros declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryo, what is wrong? Why are you getting a headache? Cryo, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. It's always the trolls you need to watch out for. Always the trolls. Especially when they're in the dungeons. Troll! In the dungeon! Still to the south, huh? Not that it matters, we're not going to get to there. I'm just waiting for it to give me like a new direction, like southeast, not southwest, because obviously that makes sense that it would still be the other one. Because if the other one was directly south and we were moving east, then yes, it would make sense for that one to become southwest. There we go, 352 yalms to the southeast. Behold the Archeon. As Numenor serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. That's a lot of words out there. A lot of big words, too. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. You have a lot of faith that they'll actually talk to us, buddy. A lot of faith that I do not share. The gemstone trader is over here, so let's talk to them real quick. That way we can at least get the that marker thing. Bum 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 boom 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 boom. I need to attune to this ether right before I run away real quick, because that would be a poor choice. 199 yalms to the southeast. Okay. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Aldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were... Open to the public? Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. And we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. We probably shouldn't talk in front of, like, members of Charlian like that. Might be a little problematic. Not Cryle. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load? So me. Surely someone is in need of my services. That's really what she's saying. Bone-weary work. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but no chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out through the gate, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Valid. Should probably chalk to the Takabo keep. Gosh, sometimes words are hard. Am I taking the lift? Oh wait, am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They wouldn't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anyway, but it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Okay. Well, we gotta go around and out. It's gonna be Aaronville again. I just know it. Yeah, there he is. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. Allow me to help. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds. The one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Okay. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. I make no promises. Caw! Caw! Whack. Caw, caw. It's gotta be that one. Me? The other one was like caw. This one was caw, caw. It's a big difference, a notable difference.
Fair shot.
Yeah, it was.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
I did indeed.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Also a good question. One that I don't have an answer for.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Please enlighten us.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose.
So we turn them into meals.
Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
What does that mean?
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them...
Damn it, I accidentally clicked that. I'm sorry.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Really?
This path leads to the 33rd facet. A mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Hell yeah. Let's do it. I'm ready
You're
to
quite
climb.
welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Indeed. Speak with Alfie. 184 yalms to the southwest. That would be like over here. That's the wrong button, but it'll work. 109 yalms to the south. Stop. It's gonna be down there, damn. Yeah. I think it's down here. Let's fight this thing real quick. You are not dying easily. You might be too far down there that I can't see it. To the southwest? Yeah, it's gotta be down there somewhere. Damn! Oh well. $147 yalms to the northwest. Really? No, it's still like the same spot. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. It makes sense that the direction would change from south to north, because we've now gone farther south. That all makes sense. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slaver and beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Alright, well, before we pick up the next quest, we're gonna take another short break real quick, so slash marker break start. I will be right back. Almost. There we go. Okay. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. She's not wrong. Okay. $178 yalms to the southeast, huh? which I believe puts it down that path. We'll go here first, annoyingly. Noble Mithril Cap. Let's pick up your brother over here. There we go. Yeah, and we'll go this way. It's gonna say it's to the southwest, which would put it, yeah, like right here-ish, probably. Baywood, we're gonna ignore that one. We don't need that one. Turn around and run back to your spot in the cave. This is a long wait. Ooh, 3 of them, huh? Let's snag you. And you. And now we'll go this way with it. And all of you stop hurting me. Now we're down to the 2, so we'll move to this one. And there we are. To the north. Yep, so we're gonna grab that ether current before we head out the door. It's not that far this way. Next one. 417 yalms to the northwest. Which is probably the one that I keep getting pulled to. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenvol's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. You got it, pal! Going to ignore all of them. Now we gotta head north. It's gonna be like up there. Alright. Let's see what this has for us. The grapes! Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Mariel Argonomics. Labyrinthos is a host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues. Or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Sure. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Deal. Do that in just a second though, Alfie. We're going to ignore the stray Mandragora. Yep, there it is. Cool. No, no, leave me alone. All right. Damn it, another one. That seems about right. There we go. Now we'll ignore all of these. 471 yalms to the west. How do I get out? There we go. Oh, I think we could have made that jump. I think we just timed it wrong. Unfortunately. Alright, what do you got for me, Jeb? Oh, hello there. You weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the Forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Welcome in, Bridget. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Alright, what does the overwhelmed laborer have to tell us? Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God's hauling the lot up the slope was a job and a half. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabar. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Okay. Let's go investigate the stacked boxes then. There goes my chocobo. There goes my chocobo. Watch him as he goes. There they are. And then it's the Elpis flower. It's so pretty. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds, saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. I believe this one has voice acting, but I am not 100% sure. So I'm hovering over the webcam button just in case.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Really? You don't say.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Fair.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Appreciated.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
She's not wrong.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Yeah, maybe if your dad hadn't disowned you, that'd be a possibility.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Valid.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Cryo, you weren't even paying attention.
I'm glad you agree.
And even Y'shtola's picking up on it, and she can't see. Well, she can't see like normal people.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
All right. Is Cryo still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. No, not you. Wrong twin. I need to talk to, the regular Alizé, not Blue Alizé. Erenville was heading westward along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Okay. Now, 278 yalms to the west. That's like that's over this way. I mean, it is like a running meme of Blue Alizé or Red Alphino. So, and since I arguably like the blue or the Red Alphino better than the Blue Alizé, I gotta go with that one. I mean, it's not even arguably, actually. Of the twins, I like Alizé better than Alphino. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, it should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Allow me, hippity-hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Arenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts, in that form you are essentially defenseless. I have been changed into a toad! Blah 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 blah. Other important stuff, like just return to Y'shtola. Oh. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Yeah, all of that fun stuff. Keep up, you two. Same with you. You know, this is probably how Arenville notices who we are. We have a fucking minion following us. It's not often you see a toad running around with a giant, well, giant to it, but small to a person, little robot. Hold on. Do I have a Pororogo minion? Damn, I don't. Well, that's a bummer. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit? Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alley Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Well, why give me the option to talk there if it's not the right place? No! No! Outrun it! Outrun it! So clearly we're the one in the middle. At this point, which do you think is which? Is the left one Alfino or
I
Aliza?
trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
They actually passed an item off in these cutscenes?
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlayan scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Stand up for yourself. Do it, Arenville.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
Okay.
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Valid.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
How does he know? Yeah, right? I am excited to work with him next expansion,
While I do
too.
have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Valid. He's not wrong. Oh, she absolutely did.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Honestly, valid. I saw a cow walking around on 2 legs. That your cow is angry. Basically. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. Agreed. But first, I believe I have a thing this way. 105 yalms to the south. Yep, and it's right up here, so we don't want to jump down just yet. This place is called Matato. It's not your Tato, it's me Tato. Hehe, that was a dumb one. Oh. 188 yalms to the south, but we're not getting that one. There should be one. Somewhere over here-ish. Not this. Oh, wait, no, southeast is the direction. I think it's just on the other side of this. Yup. 228 yalms to the... Oh, the west. That's that way. Yeah. Oh, we can't jump down there. I knew that. We can't fly yet. Welcome back. I trust you found Arenvul then? We did. He was handed a list of more responsibilities. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl then, discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She's still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. Aye aye, Stola. I'll do whatever you ask me. They really do give you like a massive area to search. But it's really not nearly as big as you would think. But first we're going to come back here and pick up this blue quest. Basically, that's exactly what Y'shtola said. Check near the mysterious... Sorry, let me try and do my best Y'shtola voice. Check near the mysterious flowers. She may have a cutscene waiting for you. Oh, dearie me. Oh, my sweetest shackles, one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Nwelhi Tia, an archivist. Do you know Graha? You guys have the same last name. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. Alright. I accidentally double-pressed, so we're just gonna do this. That person has been in a cutscene for a long, long time. Holy shit. Of course it's fucking this way. I don't normally want to do blue quests on stream necessarily, but if I forget to do this one, it's a pain in the ass to get back to. Like, I remember that on my first playthrough of Endwalker. I came back here when it was time to come to Endwalker, and I was like, oh no, there's a blue quest, and I didn't do it, and now I have to go all the way back? Because there's no good teleports. Until you can fly. And since I was the first one in my friend group that, you know, beat Endwalker, I missed the Archivist joke. Oh, you mean when I... Wait, what? I'm so confused. No, don't return to the Crystarium. Oh, we need to set Old Charlian as our return point. Do you mean the joke where I asked him if he was related to Graha because they have the same last name? Because that was more Morrigan's ignorance of how, yeah, that was mostly Morrigan's ignorance of how those names work. Because, like, a lot of Makotes have the last name Tia. And it's not really a last name, it's more like it denotes, like, their... I don't want to say their importance or their rank within the society of Makotes, but it does have a specific thing, like sort of how Garlean's middle names, like the Yay or the whatever does. Yeah, it's a title. The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Maybe Nwelhi Tia had better luck. Did I just dismiss my minion? Damn it! Wind up Barts. Get back out here, Tourmaline weapon. You would be a frickin' Archeon. Well, now that you're at the Archeon, I'm going to continue with the main story. Yeah. Because, in... what's it called? Stormblood, you meet the M tribe, which is where Minago comes from. And Y'shtola and her sister are from the Y tribe, and then there's Flamine, who's from the F tribe. But I think that's only for a specific, like, part of the Makotes. Like, I think that's like the Seekers of the Sun, or the Seekers of... No, not Seekers. Keeper of the Sun and Keeper of the Moon are the two different branches of Makotes we have. Because I swear there's other Makotes that have more normal names, like Chloe and Zloe. Although that might just be because, you know, they're semi-main characters. And I mean, clearly Aerolith doesn't come from that type of, I know they're orphans. That's why they have main character syndrome. Everyone knows that. This one's gonna be voice acted, I think. Carl, you're gonna kill it by plucking it. Oh, damn. Oh, you're gonna imbue it with ether, huh?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Well, that's adorable.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Carl, are you hearing voices? Because I need to let you know, I also talked to Crystal Mommy on the boat.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
That was why she got her hood, actually. Her grandpa made it for her.
Thank you.
Oh, this is gonna make Kryl sick.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
It might have been her dad. I know it was either her dad or her granddad, but she always talks about her grandpa.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Which is not that
After
far from...
Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
What does that mean? I genuinely don't remember what she's talking about. Oh, yeah, I do.
Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction.
She ferried 2 souls from the first who died there. And one of them might additionally play a part if we choose.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness.
We do
see
choose.
Beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow.
Because, oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, this means your friend's sacrifice, you can undo it.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end. Blinding and radiant.
I was assuming she was talking about him itself, because Elidibus is still absorbed in the Crystal Tower.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
It's like I was saying, Bridget, when you talk to her on the boat, she mentions something like she says something to you, and then she's like, I will fulfill a promise that was made long ago. And I was like, what is she oh, that's what she's talking about. I feel like that one's a bigger spoiler, so I'm not going to mention that one.
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
That same spoiler is also why she knows that we need one of these flowers.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Of course it's their dad.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
Because we are!
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
What is clandestine about what we've been doing?
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
All right. Let's open a dialogue. but nobody can be angry if I punch someone out.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Yep. I get annoyed because they remove your blindfold. Well, they don't remove your blindfold, but they remove your headpiece. I was surprised to see Aerolith's eyes when we got here, because I hadn't seen them in a long time. I love how we have to walk the full circle. Like, we can't just cut downstairs. Oh, we did, though. Okay, never mind. Ignore me.
Forgive me. I was careless.
Y'shtola got to keep her headpiece on.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
No, they are not earrings. They are a headdress.
As you're all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
We weren't masquerading, though.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
I just realized this is the first time we've gotten to see Kryle's hairstyle.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
I want that hairstyle, but I don't think it's in-game.
Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Yeah, you shut your mouth. You don't know her grandfather.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
There's our one ally, right? Oh.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Although this dude right here, he's a prick too, if I remember correctly. He plays a major role in the Astrologian questline.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Sounds good, Bridget. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks for hanging out while you could.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
The Exodus.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
This guy.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
We just need 50.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
Hell yeah.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Okay. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this is a mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, his father's work survival come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Yes. Yes, it is. Alfino, Alice, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? A millionth levier at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the 7th Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. We're all in shock. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Morrighan, what do you think? I think we should go visit Mama Levier. Morrighan? The Morrighan Initari? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Morrighan, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate? Yes, I will. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Morrighan? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, let's get this over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall, no peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Levier estate is that way, straight down the stairs, come on. Yep. We have 2 spots that we can talk to them. Keep up if you can, you two. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alfino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Fair! I get it as a dad when you see your kid about to potentially do something dangerous. You can't help yourself. Ah yes, this is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alice had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly. So I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief that was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with Grandfather. In summer I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not Alfino, though. Even back then he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an auk and he sinks like a stone. That's fun. Okay. Sorry, Emilians, I had to go talk to them in front of the fountain. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home,
my lady.
It's so pretty.
What? What are you gawping at?
You know what. House Levieux in all its grandeur. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fourcheneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
It's okay, take your time. I'll get to know Mama Levieux.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
You are the one supplying our
Fortunately, they
coffers.
have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience.
Good. I'm glad I can be of
But
help.
of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. "'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits."
Of course.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
It's a new outfit.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become.
Aww.
See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
It is a good look for you.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
Indeed they are. You know
A
that.
sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortunato has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
You don't let Dad be mean to you. Right. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I could see that it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yes, and then we can start the next quest line. By going to Thav. Enjoyed your time with the Levieurs, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge even closer, ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavner, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Agreed, Kryl, and that's why I'm gonna head back out that way. We'll go the back way. That way nobody can stop us. Kite. You were the one I was told to look for. Well now, this is a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl of the Students of Aldessian. We seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. Oh, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! What? Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it! We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. Ugh. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedlamad, a port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzethan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous of you, for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all! As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued with it will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Let me throw away my wrapper. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the lifestream. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Kryl truly knows how to pick 'em. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Bluida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Okay. This seems sketchy at best, but I'll give it a go. Sure, there's a much safer way to handle this, but... oh, you know how it be.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
Yes?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
That's fair. Oh, that was the old crystal, though. We have since replaced it since then.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
Well, too bad.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please?
Sure.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Oh boy.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
What? Oh, did I fail to mention that earlier? It's just such a shame. There we go. I was like, that's a long load time. You got me worried, game. Yeah. Oh, it's like way over there. Whoops, my bad. Just ignore that.
Thavnair, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Damn towers. Oh, I made it.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
We basically all got drunk.
What chance?
He just goes all the way down.
Against
like,
such an insidious foe.
Oh. Ilsabard, Thavnair. Bam, doom, doom, bam, doom, doom, doom.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
You would think. But you're not meant to go to places alone, Estinian. You spent too much money.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh. We all know who they're gonna send. I got this. Don't you worry. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? Justinian! Ugh. You there. I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. But by the Minutia, a traveler. Greetings! Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armory lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I am pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian. But you realize any words of warning you cry out will be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Let me zoom in. Don't take this one, Estinian, it's bad. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? This is a serious apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. We deliver to Urianger first. Who's basically in the fetal position. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You've spared us to Toru's wrath. I try, you know. I have my moments. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Trust me, buddy. One step ahead of you. Right. I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair? Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alfino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? That's the one I'm going to go with. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Thavner as its dominion, the nation of Ralzet hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Ralzet, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation, neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, and mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamon? You got it, Estinian. Or Thancred, shit. You're both with me, so... Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Morrighan, the pier is yours. Once we have learned that what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte. Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. I mean, it's probably not a terrible idea to actually attune to that ether. So we can not have ether sickness again. We'll talk to the gemstone trader. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Oh, damn it. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you are a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narinne. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. And there's our last two. Let's go to the end of the pier. It's a long survey. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Damn it. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of it. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. God damn it! I need to get a new controller. Desperate. The Maskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. The city has its defenses, but I've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Oh, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I wish, buddy. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. You gotta be a little more forceful, buddy. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later, then. Let's go see Matsuya. Matsuya? I want to speak with you. Come here. Alright. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Alkyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Disturb him, Matsuya. Actually, while we're here. Not that. 282 yalms to the north, huh? Okay. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers! Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, and a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I guess I can try. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Not really willing, but we'll do it anyway. The following events cannot be skipped. Good thing I'm not a party finder, or duty finder. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say 3 people here in Yedlamad? I will observe you and learn. He is now accompanying me. All of that. Oh wait, there's one this way. Do 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 do. Yes. Fish, fish! I got fish here. Fresh fish, straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. Greetings, friend. How fare you? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstances. Things have settled down somewhat. It was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now. I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's too risky out here. Maybe you ought to move to the city too. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. Hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Heh, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust the lighting. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeed in making a sale. Can we go 3 for 3? I'd jump in the water, but I feel like I would lose you. And I'd rather not have to track you back down. So we'll just follow the pier for now. This one I feel like she's feisty. A hawker, are ya? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra shmamra. My fresh fish is the only thing you need. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. May seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Damn! Well, let's see if we can at least go 2 for 3. Don't be too nice! Never mind, if nothing else, you have left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Sorry, bud. But we made at least one sale. I felt like if asking her if she was truly hungry was really that good of an idea. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's in my stomach. Ugh. Either sickness. No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly. Savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. With that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? They're fresh caught. Well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Damn! Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Well, I mean, we got a 33% success rate, so it's not terrible. But it certainly could have been better. 122 yalms to the north, so it's partially out of 10. where that is. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Ran out right as we got into the spot. Hell yeah! Gotta love that timing. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Colzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice. Well, I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Colzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too? Now forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. No ships coming in and hardly any going out. There simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsya. Truly I am. But for now you must peddle your own goods. By myself I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and family depending on me, and I won't fail them. The Sisters is my witness. Colzal. Not to worry, using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Sorry, bud. I wish it wasn't this way. I'm just telling you, the music from this expansion's so good. You can't help but, like, hum along. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. Well, kind of. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods. But to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. Okay, before we do this next quest, we're going to take a short break. Okay. Well, almost. Where is the thing I'm looking for? There we go. Okay. Time to talk to Estinian. That Matsya fellow you were helping. He's Arcasadara, isn't he? Is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasadara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akhioli lies to the west, as I recall. The same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Aye, aye, Estinian. But first, there is A chocobo keep down this way. No, that's a skywatcher. Yeah, that's a skywatcher. Huh. There's the chocobo keep. $217 yalms to the northeast, huh? You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage. You have to ignore the Gaja. You do not see Matsuya from here, either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody! Help! Matsuya's voice. And it came from the north! No. Matsuya! I'm on my way! You're up higher than me, so I need to go this way a little bit more. You weren't that much up higher than me than I thought. I got you, Matsuya. Here we go, Matsuya. I've got you. You're safe with me. I won't let them hurt you. Or take you. Not while I'm here. Well, where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Akasadara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We will gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? I think so. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Bum, 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 da, 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 da. So, it is the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods. Like as not, why, as you said, will do well to study their religious traditions. Tuak Yali. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. 196 yalms to the north. I think it's one that we can't actually get to because it's down there. Yep. Like as not. But there should be one that we start to get. There we go. I was gonna say it's gonna be down this way. There it is. This one, like, I remember clear as day. And then to the northeast again. Which is still the one that we can't get to. Which is fine. We'll just ignore it. Matsya! Welcome to Ukiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Konga and old Hasveida. They are free at the moment, as it happens. Alright, well, Konga's right here, so... You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and Morrighan, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Easy enough. There they are. Hasveida. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Morrighan, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Morrighan cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Damn it. Those were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces, and the Morrighan the limbs of men. Okay. Back to Matsya. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Friends! He said he's gonna go get something from his house. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. It's the Magus sisters. They are Minutia. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindiruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest esteem. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by weavers. Though each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Mirga, if I may ask? The Mirga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a gorgeous head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too. It is said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Rodz-et-Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that, if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be farther from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Okay. Wait! I know the Great Work. Did you say you're going to see Nidana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Oh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in her. Okay. Buddy, if you want to come with us, like, I will be your guide. I'm not going to the northeast, though. I want to see how many of them I actually got in Labyrinthos. So we got about half of them in Labyrinthos. That's not bad. Northeast. Oh my god, what happened? Ought to be too late.
What happened here?
Good question.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests.
Oh, Varshan!
You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
I love that so much. They all hop up like, oh!
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people?
We're friends of Cryle.
Of course. You're the one Cryle sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Indeed, that sounds like me.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
I am a dragon. Dragoon, I mean.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Keep
that as well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Yeah.
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Yeah.
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
He seems like Estinian seems like he's in a horror movie right now.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
He'll be fine. Arianche paid his respects.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
That they
No
are.
harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
I mean, if a little harm comes to him, he's fine. He'll be fine.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Okay. Let me at least attune. I probably didn't need to. Oh, I need to bring my webcam back. I apologize. We're sitting down again, so I gotta adjust the camera and all of that fun stuff. allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Morrighan is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of priors. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. What exactly is it you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Oriange and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your best blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. That Arcasadora in the background just looks so bored as he's spinning them. Buddy? I think he was over there. Well, it's one of these. Hey, you doing okay? Alright. She said exit the Great Work and head to the south. You see a lantern designed in the local style. Oh. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin when you are ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. Hey, at least this one actually moves faster than Alice did at the start. Readying ether. Please stand back. Oh. Ready to discharge. Test subjects. Something, something. Warning. Discharging ether. I feel fine. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffered no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Ready in ether. Please stand back. Ready to discharge. Test subjects gather near. Discharging ether. Once again, we're fine. You are struck by another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Where art thou going now? Why do we have to move again? Readying ether. Please stand back. Charge. Gather near. Once again, we are fine. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated. Impressive. No irregularities. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Ready in ether, please stand back. Ready to discharge. You are struck by the strongest blast of ether yet, but survive completely unscathed. Testing concluded. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Alright, Nidana. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid. Damn it, the button got stuck. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajjaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I'm 25 yalms to the east. $397 yalms to the east. I'm hopeful that it's not over the cliff, but I don't know. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Morrighan! Target found. Subdue and capture. I autoed him. Gods, but that gave me a fright. Think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. $312 yalms to the southeast. Damn. It is gonna be, like, down the edge. No. And here we are, Pajjaya's footsteps. Pajjaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her. Damn. There we go. Those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. She's not wrong. I have to sneeze. But I'm not going to get to. Nope. And it's gone.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
Damn, that sucks.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan.
Yeah?
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios. I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
What?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Right. We have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Okay. Should we teleport back? You know what? I'm gonna go this way real quick so because we can teleport. To the northwest. Okay, that's fine. But what about southeast? Here we go. No, there's no way I can get to it. Yeah, it's down. It's back behind that. We'll go back to the Great Wall. We'll turn this quest in. Oh, let me talk to the Chocobo Key, too. Oh, it should be right over here. Turn this quest in. Morrighan, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidon. It would seem the stories of Giant Skull are running low. The stores, not stories. But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about the tempering cure, and Astinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. What if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Morrighan, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? I got this, don't worry. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zaynuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsun, Mistress Nidon? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamza to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Okay. Alright, Morrighan. It's time for us to go. Here are our Hamza, Morrighan. If the creature looks familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamza have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We will set forth at your word. You are ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to mount the Hamza and travel to the outpost? Yes. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. Fair. Honestly, it's kind of adorable to watch them walk. Oh, the spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Kodga. A sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manisia against the Mirga before it was cast down at Conflict's Inn. The way we ride the Hamza looks funny as hell. To the left and requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. We're gonna just keep discovering new locations too, hell yeah. Almost there, but the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. That Shamrosh is gonna aggro. Or it would if we weren't in the thing. Wasn't that long of a ride. Bum, bum, bum. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varsha? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellence bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. We are honored to receive His Excellency's regards. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, then. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdi. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. permit me to introduce Morrighan Initari of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Yes, sir. Alright, we got 3 people to talk to. Oh, I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. Why are you doing this? What is it that they want? This, we don't understand. Why are they doing this, not why are you doing this? We have no idea. They want to destroy the world, actually. What? They want to die. And take everything with them. What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard, and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? That they do. Primals even. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. This is true. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water, and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Yeah. Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radz-at-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream died up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together, till we meet again. I will mount the Hamsa in a second. There is a ether current for me up here. And I'd rather not have to backtrack for it. And if I remember right, I can see it already. It's right there. And where's our next nearest one after this? Because I think there will be one we hit on the way back to the grave. 447 yalms to the southeast. Broke our ankles. Broke our ankles again. Come here, Hamsa. Should we become separated, we have to go back. I hate how stiff. Like, at first it was funny, but now it's just kind of like, God. Just let me control the character on my own. Or take my own frickin' thing this way. We're gonna split the difference between them. Hopefully none of them turn around. Ignore me, Starmites. Starmite? Starbright? Ah! No sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. Okay. 91 yalms, I see it. We'll go grab that after this one. Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zaynuha. Is there something you require? Yeah, Nidhana sent me here for something. Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Yeah, absolutely, but first, let me take a selfie. Southeast, huh? Fuck. Nope, not that mount. Not that mount, please. Okay, let's go this way, I guess. $206 yalms to the southeast. 123 yalms to the southeast. Oh, nope, it's right down there. Okay, so that's another one that we're not going to be able to get for now, and that's fine. There we go. There we are. And that makes it where all the rest of them, I think, are down there. Or on the half of the map that we can't get to right now. Yeah. Seems to be the case. No. Honestly, we should have just teleported back at this point, but we're gonna drive. I was hoping to make it to the first dungeon today, but we're gonna have to end before that. I just want to at least now finish the branching quest lines. And then in tomorrow's stream, we'll do the first dungeon. Tipping the scale. Oh, welcome back, Morrighan. Dare I hope you have the Giant Skull? I do. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. I feel like this one's gonna have some voice acting.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
They are indeed.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea.
That's true.
And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Fucking hell, Thancred. Do you need help?
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Truth. How did you all not see him? You all were even looking in that direction.
What is it? What did you see?
I fucking saw Fandaniel. How did you not?
Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
I'm pretty good at beating people senseless. Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
Dangerous, but fair.
But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Okay. If only I could teleport to the place quickly. But alas, I cannot. We'll ignore them. Will it let me jump down even though it has like a... Okay, it will. I probably needn't have gone all that direction. That's okay. 670 ohms to the east, yeah. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Just further lets me know that it is indeed farther that way. Please ignore me, walruses. No. Alright, Nidana. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay here. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Head to the Tower of Zot. Let's do this.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go all the way in.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps.
It worked?
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
No! The annoying thing is that wasn't... It had nothing to do with the tower's influence over her. We're back to horror movie. God damn.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Oh, fucking Fandango.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
No!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased.
You fucking liar.
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded.
And who would that be?
I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Oh, yeah, that's right. From the Crystal Tower.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
The elegants were fucked up.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work.
Okay.
And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
God, I cannot
As for
stand
your
him.
friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Yes, Xenos. Well aware. Ugh. Fucking Fandom. Okay. Give me just a second. We're almost done. But I need to take a break real quick. Oh, you have returned, but where is Mistress Nidana? Unfortunately, she got captured. Mannusa preserved, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Yes. Yes, I shall. Little piggy. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What's happened? Nidana was captured. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering. I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. I agree, Thancred, I agree. Oh, Nidana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yeah? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more warding scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Ah, yes, alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link probe, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. The fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radzed Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. This is the last quest in this series. But we have to go meet with our dragon overlord first. That's to go the long way around because we can't fly yet. 'Twould be too easy. We'll go this way. We'll cut a little bit of the corner off at least, you know, to cut down on a little bit of travel time. It's actually not nearly as far as you would think. It's just a matter of you gotta go around some things because you can't go as the crow flies. Like this little thing here. I can't just jump. I can jump it. Never mind. I'm dumb. There we go. Ignore me, Jammels, please. I don't want to fight you. Down by this gate. Down by this gate. Da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Yeah, buddy. Absolutely.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
I was like, it has like a sepia tone to it. Like, when's it gonna cut to like the but now?
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Yeah, and I can't even attune to it yet.
Here we are. Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan,
satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
But Nidhana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit. I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself. Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
No, that's not what he senses.
He hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Damn.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
So you're the baby brother.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility, when it seemed all would be drowned in blood. Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye, it was taken.
Well, no.
'Tis here,
buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim.
Ah, that would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses.
How is it
Though
that you...
'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
We did indeed.
'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
This is true.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Hell yeah.
I am in thy debt.
Estinian also has a soft spot for dragons now. Don't let him fool you. He slays only the bad ones. And that one is clearly not a bad one. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't done so already, be sure to attune to the ether right here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Alright. Let's go. Turn this quest in. In here. That's right. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavne, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Alrighty. With that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. This was a long stream, and I am feeling it. That's why we're going to stop here before we do the next dungeon, even though the dungeon is literally the next quest. But we will start next stream with that. Anyway, thanks for watching. Don't forget to take care of yourselves, drink some water, have a good time, all that good stuff. And I will see you all tomorrow.